Sal, are we good?
This is really fancy. It's got everything.
Good evening. I would like to call this meeting to order. May I have a roll call, please, Ms. Capiello?
Ms. Carbonell? Mr. Cohan?
Here.
Mrs. Conte-Mackey? Mrs. Faria?
Here.
Mr. McDowell?
Present.
Mrs. Manisi?
Here.
Mr. Nasta?
Here.
Ms. Santana? Mrs. Scott Heeden?
Board Member Ms. Manisi, will you please lead us in the flag salute?
Manisi?
Of the United States. Board Member Ms. Manisi, will you please read the mission statement?
The Township of Union Public Schools mission statement. The mission of the Township of Union Public Schools is to build on the foundations of honesty, excellence, integrity, strong family, and community partnerships. We promote a supportive learning environment where every student is challenged, inspired, empowered, and respected as diverse learners. Through cultivation of students' intellectual curiosity, skills, and knowledge, our students can achieve academically and socially and contribute as responsible and productive citizens of our global community.
Ms. Kuhn, please read the Open Public Meetings Act statement.
Yes. In accordance with the provision of the New Jersey Open Publics Meeting Act, the Township of Union Board of Education has caused notice of this publication to be by having the date, time, and place thereof published in the Star Ledger and Union County local sources, posted in the administrative building of 2369 Morris Avenue, Union, New Jersey, filed with the Township Clerk, and mailed to all persons, if any, who had requested said notice. The Board of Education offers members of the public an opportunity to address issues regarding items on the agenda or on any issue. Individuals need to identify themselves by name and address. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes. Issues raised by members of the public may or may not be responded to by the board. All comments will be considered, and a response will be forthcoming if and when appropriate. The board requests all members of the public to be courteous and mindful of the rights of other individuals when speaking. Comments regarding students and employees of the board will not be responded to by the board. Madam President.
Thank you so much, Ms. Manisi and Ms. Kuhn. The board will now go into executive session to discuss personnel and legal issues, and action will be taken. May I have a motion to move into executive session?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussions? The motion has been properly moved by Mr. Cohan and seconded by Ms. Manisi. Can I have a roll call, please, Ms. Capiello?
Mr. Cohan?
Yes.
Mrs. Faria?
Yes.
Mr. McDowell?
Yes.
Mrs. Manisi?
Yes.
Mr. Nasta?
Yes.
Mrs. Scott Heeden?
Yes.
Ms. Carbonell?
Yes. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Oh, thank you. May I have a motion to move back into our public regular meeting?
So moved.
Any second?
Second.
The motion has been properly moved by Ms. Manisi and seconded by Mr. Cohan. And I have a roll call, please, Ms. Capiello.
Yes. Mr. Cohan?
Yes.
Mrs. Conte-Maki?
Yes.
Mrs. Faria?
Yes.
Mr. McDowell?
Yes.
Mrs. Manisi,
Yes.
Mr. Nasta?
Yes.
Mrs. Scott Heeden?
Yes.
Ms. Santana?
Yes.
Ms. Carbonell?
Yes. Approval of the minutes. May I have a motion to approve the following minutes?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Roll call, please, Ms. Capiello.
Mr. Cohan?
Yes.
Mrs. Conte-Maki?
Yes.
Mrs. Faria?
Yes.
Mr. McDowell?
Yes.
Mrs. Manisi,
Yes to March 11th, both work session and executive session. Abstain from March 18th, regular and executive session.
Mr. Nasta? Santana?
Yes.
Ms. Carbonell?
Yes. Next, we will have our communications that are reflected on operations and personnel agendas. Good evening, everyone. I would like to take a moment to thank you all for being here tonight. As we begin the public comment portion of this meeting, I want to remind everyone that we value your input and appreciate your time and effort in sharing your thoughts and concerns. We ask that all comments be respectful and constructive as we aim to foster a productive dialogue that benefits our community and the work we are here to do. Each speaker will be given 3 minutes to address the board. Please remember that while we are eager to hear your perspectives, we are unable to engage in a discussion during this portion of the meeting. However, your comments will be carefully considered by the board and, if necessary, followed up on. With this said, I invite the first speaker to approach. Wow. I think everybody heard about, oh.
Hello.
I'm sorry. Did you fill out a card?
I did not. Is there a card?
No,
I can
no
fill out?
worries. Just state your name and your address, please, and then make sure that we get a card for you.
Okay. My name is Randy Davenport, and address is 20 Commerce Drive, Suite 135, Clark.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Davenport.
Good evening. Okay, I wanted to speak regarding Michael Hamilton. I believe he was on. I'm not sure if this is the proper time or what the format is, but if this is the proper time, then I'd like to do that.
That's a great question. So let me just get some guidance,
Okay.
and I'll be right back.
All right, thank you.
It's not under resolution.
So the resolution is being pulled that he would like to speak.
Mr. Davenport, just so that you are aware, the resolution that we were going to vote on tonight has been pulled.
Okay.
I'm not sure if you still want to use the 3 minutes to say something. You certainly have the right to do so.
Okay, well, if there's not going to be a vote tonight, then I'm fine with that, because that's what I was going to request.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
These are for later? Yes. All right, now we will have the superintendent's report.
You on? Thank you, Madam President. So, we have two more presentations tonight. First, I would like to ask Mr. Shaw, the principal of Hamilton Elementary School, to come up. You could, grab this.
Sure.
Do you want to grab the control of the phone? You'll introduce.
I will. Great, thank you.
Maybe you want to come up here. As you know, the displacement from the real Hannah to the various gymnasiums across the district and eventually to Hannah University at Kane University presented us with significant challenges throughout the year. I would like to take a moment to recognize those that really made this year possible. First, the Board of Education and the central office team for their commitment to finding an alternative learning location for our students. Your efforts ensured that we could maintain a strong educational environment during this transition. The Hannah Caldwell families and community members, your patience, flexibility, and unwavering support made a tremendous difference in helping our students adjust and succeed this year. The students of Hannah Caldwell, yet through it all, have shown remarkable adaptability and resilience. And I'm extremely proud of the way they embraced change and continued to thrive despite the circumstances. Most importantly, I want to acknowledge and deeply thank my faculty and staff. Their resilience, patience, and steadfast dedication to our students, the community, and our families never wavered. It's because of their strength and heart that we were able to maintain a sense of normalcy and continued learning during this time. Of course, none of this would also be possible without the tireless support of our amazing PTA. They ensured that despite the chaos, our students experienced joy, community, and tradition through numerous student, family, and staff events and activities. Their efforts helped preserve the spirit of Hannah Caldwell when it was needed most. Although I'd prefer to spend time discussing our academic achievements and vision for the future, tonight's focus is a little different. The slideshow you're about to see captures just a glimpse of the many moments that emphasize growth in ways that go far beyond the academics. Growth in resilience, growth in community, growth in spirit, and pride for our school. So these are a couple events that we had throughout the year. The first one was our 90s Day, where students dressed up as 90s and students and staff dressed up as 90s. Fourth grade walkathon fundraiser, which was our first event at the Hannah University. So they were able to get outside and walk for the first time since we're there and experience the campus environment. Our Welcome Back Teachers Snack and Treats, hosted by the PTA, as well as the Scholastic Book Fair fundraiser, also hosted by the PTA, were both events at the Real Hannah. We also had the 3rd and 4th grade winter concert at Washington School, which was a successful event. Our fall festival, Pumpkin Patch and Petting Zoo, were PTA events as well early in the year. Family Fun Night, which was our first major event after our displacement, I guess we can call it, and that was at Union High School. Also a PTA event where numerous students attended. I think we had a couple hundred attend, as well as faculty and parents. Our field day, which was at Rapkin Field early on, as well as the Halloween parade, which also was hosted with the Union Police Department. They were instrumental in helping the parade be a success. Our holiday teachers breakfast, another event hosted by our PTA. We also had the Hop Into Spring Teachers Lunch, of which the PTA has hosted numerous events, and these are just a few throughout the year that supported our staff. Our 4th grade basketball game fundraiser at Union High School, of which I think we had 2. There's only one up there. We had a 3rd and 4th grade game a couple weeks ago, where I believe the students won both times, which is kind of embarrassing. Family Fun Night, Lucky to Have You Dance, which was hosted at Kane University at the STEM Center, which was a fantastic facility. And as you can see, it was a nice event. Our Family Fun Night, also at the STEM Center there at Kane University, which involved karaoke and just general fun night, playing different games, and the kids really having a great time with their adults. The Chuck E. Cheese fundraiser, everybody was happy but Chucky. So it was an outstanding event until I think he was overrun a little.
No road was in the building.
Yeah. So, our ice cream social, which has been going on every week for the last few weeks, where the PTA comes in and hosts the ice cream social, of which they also branched out to the pre-K schools and had an ice cream social at those locations as well with our staff members that are at the elementary schools with the pre-K. A couple weeks ago, they went to Liberty Hall, and thank you to the board for assisting us with that. Thank you to Kane University as well for assisting us. And our first, second, and third grade did an all-day field trip on different dates to Liberty Hall. And it was a great event, and they had a great time. And finally, without really, as it says up there, the resilience, our community, your support, as well as the school spirit that lives large at Hannah, this year would have been much more difficult than it was. So I want to thank you again, the Board of Education, my staff, my parents, and most importantly, my students for having a great year. So thank you.
Mr. Shaw. Board members, colleagues, any questions, comments? No? Yeah, I do. Like Madam Vice, listen, we know that this year was a very trying year for the Hannah Caldwell family, and we're just so impressed and grateful for the adults coming together and making it a very special year for the kids. And I could tell just in those pictures alone. I don't like Chucky though, because I remember Chucky when my son was little, but nonetheless, I know the kids loved him. So thank you to the PTA as well as the school leadership. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Madam Vice, you wanted to say something? Okay.
Madam Vice didn't want to say anything, but just a simple thank you, because it's not easy, right? So we do appreciate all the efforts that it went into, not just from this side, but from that side, from the community as a whole. Like you said, our students are resilient. We saw a lot of tears on the first day when we walked through this new school, the temporary location. So just to see where we were from there to here where we are now, right? And just being able to be collaborative to build something that was great for our students is just tremendous. So to you, your team, the PTA, our students, the parents, the community as a whole, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And before I switch it over, I just want to say thank you to Mr. Shaw and his leadership, as well as the PTA, Ms. Textera and her leadership. It wasn't a normal year. A typical year is hard for our principals in our schools, our teachers, everyone. But I like that Mr. Shaw highlighted that, the resilience. And through this, we won't know right now, but it's going to be interesting to see what these children learned through this difficult, unfortunate, unexpected situation. And I do believe you grow through those kind of experiences. So on top of the normal educational stuff that we provide, they adapted and did a wonderful job. So thank you, Mr. Shaw. Thank you, Ms. Texera, for coming together, like the board also mentioned. Next, I would like to ask Ms. Bossert, Union High School principal, and her team, right? And her team to come up. She's the next presentation. And Ms. Bossert, I'll let you introduce everyone, and then I'll give you the clicker, the mic, and it's all yours.
Which way does it?
This is, the big button is to go for.
Okay. I'm going to stand off to the side.
Ms. Bowser, I think we're going to have to give you a size next time. We have
Yeah,
like
how many
50 people
people?
here presenting, right?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, board members and administration, Dr. Benaquista. We're very happy to be here and the audience to speak with you about our wonderful high school. With me is Ms. Montoya, who is our PTA president. We do a lot together. We text. She'll text me all day, all night, whatever the case may be. We have a great relationship. Next to her is Mr. Sean Paterno. He is our junior vice principal. He's not new to the high school. Sean and I were vice principals together way back when, and he's now back. Mr. Desmond Stapleton, he is our 9th grade vice principal. Mr. Stapleton graduated from Union High School, so it's nice to have him there. Ms. Cheryl Fisk has been with us 15 years and 18 years. Yes. And Mr. Eichert started off also as one of our chemistry teachers, supervisor, and now He's our 10th grade vice principal, and Ms. Fisk is the 12th grade VP. We have a short video to show you, and then we'll get into the talking points. Oh. Sound. I'd like to thank Ms. Mormon, our TV production teacher. I went to her, I said, I really need you to put a video together for me now. Like, I went to see her a few times today, and I said, I love you so much. She was gracious enough, and she did an excellent job putting those together. So just a few things to update you, and then the team will come and speak. We have a lot of activities coming up towards the end of the school year. May 19th is Senior Day. The seniors have inflatables, there's food trucks, lots of fun things for them. They spend it outside. Senior Awards is May 19th. May 29th, our seniors are going to Hershey Park. June 2nd is their pool party. June 5th is their senior breakfast. Prom, the big night of the year, is June 5th. It's at the Grand Marquis in Old Bridge. And graduation is 6/23. So we have currently 2,362 students in our high school. Yes. Our senior class this year is 622. We have not had a senior class that large, I would say, the last 10 years, if not more. So it's significantly high this year. Our band, orchestra, concert band, swing choir, show choir, and chorus are traveling. Tomorrow, I believe they leave for their trip. Our JROTC is also traveling to Florida for their trip. They always win. They come back with medals for us. We're doing a lot of great things. We just had the junior formal. They were amazing. Saul was there. It was an amazing event. First one in a significant amount of time as well. We haven't had a junior prom in a long time either. The kids were great, dressed really nicely. The teachers who put it together outfitted the gymnasium, didn't even look like a gym. They worked really hard on getting that done. So we are a Title I building, which allows us to offer tutoring to the students after school. That's usually from October to May. We had about 365 students who participated in tutoring. It does also give us the opportunity to help with credit recovery in the summer, should our students need that. Mr. Paterno is going to touch more upon that, and then I will be back.
Let's see how this works. I don't really need a microphone, but let's see. All right, so the slides that's up is we run a peer tutoring for our students. So we have our National Honor Society students. They run tutoring in the morning, at lunch. This helps our students get a chance to have their peers. We find out sometimes, especially through studies, peer-on-peer instruction, they learn a lot more. So it sort of helps out, especially, during lunch. They're able to bring a lunch in, so it's almost like lunch and work at the same time. That seems to be working out for us. We also use varsity tutoring, which is offered through the district. So we do use that to let the students know that they can go online and get tutoring through different teachers online, which I think is great, right? Because some of our students, if they're working after school, they can't make it to the lunch, they can't make it after school, they have online. Honor roll, so this shows you that our tutoring, it seems to be doing pretty well. We obviously have room for growth, which we're going to get these numbers up higher every year. Right now, our high honor roll, which is all A's, B's, and 1 C+, you can see the numbers there. Our principal honor roll is straight A's, and our high honor roll is all A's and a B. Honor roll is all A's, B's, and 1 C+. So the numbers are there. You go on. I'm just going to breeze through these. So you see these. These are our advanced programs, all right? We have multiple honors courses, multiple AP courses. I've always said I've been working in Union District for 27 years. I've always said about this district, the education's here, you have to go get it, just like everything in life, all right? We tell our kids all the time. So we have 971 students taking the AP courses. We have 600 AP students taking the AP test this year, all right? So that's a pretty good number. We'll see what the scores are. I feel like we've taken a step forward. And what I always say here is, we always have a lot of negative things, but this is what I'm going to tell you. We have a student going to West Point, committed to West Point. We have a student committed to Binghamton University. We have a student committed to George Washington University, a student committed to Auburn University. Ms. Manisi, this is for you. We have a student that's going in between, possibly Brown or possibly UMass Amherst, right? So we know UMass Amherst is and I visited a few weeks ago. So we're doing a lot of good things. Our classes, are rigorous here. We know that by, multiple years before this. Princeton University comes to us every year. They look at our top students because I'm going to say about 12 years ago, I met with the man and he said that we sent one student there. They did amazing, so they come back every year. All right, because our courses are rigorous, and obviously that student was successful at Princeton, so that means that our classes are meeting the requirements that they need. All right, next. Sorry.
So our turn. We also have certification programs and courses that lead to college credits. So we have a cosmetology program, a very successful cosmetology program, and our students at the completion of the cosmetology program can actually earn their certification and licensing and leave high school with their cosmetology license.
And similarly, the CAD program at the high school, if they go through all 4 years of it, CAD 4 allows them to get AutoCAD certification, which puts them up against anybody going into any career with any kind of CAD design program involved with it. Additionally, like Ms. Bosser was saying earlier, our JROTC program is award-winning every single year. No matter what they do, they're here at 6 o'clock in the morning. They're there after school every single day. It's a program that we're proud to have at Union High School. And if they go into the armed services, they get like higher rank and higher reward for actually participating in the ROTC program here at Union High School, just based off its accolades.
So our ROTC program has led to nominations to our U.S. Military Academy at West Point, the Air Force Academy, our Naval Academy. Our students who wish to take advantage of the GI Bill for college, ROTC provides our high school graduates with advanced promotion and higher pay when they enlist in our active U.S. Armed Services. We also have our Tomorrow's Teachers program, and our Tomorrow's Teachers program does lead to college credits for our students. So our students that are going on to be educators in the future leave with credits already when they finish the program. I think, nope, you're fine. We'll talk.
There was supposed to be a slide. Yeah, that's okay.
There, it's after. It's there. So we have awards and some things to recognize about both of them. So there are some of our ROTC accomplishments up there. And something to highlight about tomorrow's teachers, actually today, we had our first signing. So a lot of students that are going on to enter college as athletes, right, to signings. And Mr. Joe Daly, who is the tomorrow's teachers, worked with the NJEA and the UTEA to have our first ever. He thinks we're the second school in the state to do it, actually. So fact check him, not me on that one. But he said we're the second school in the state to do a signing for our future educators. So we had their families come, Master Pizza sponsored food, NJEA sponsored food, and we had an event for our students to do a signing and commit to becoming a future educator. And several of them mentioned wanting to come back and be teachers in Union. So we made sure Mr. Rotino wrote some names down, which was a very, very exciting day for us. So it was wonderful. Thank you to everybody who came today, but it was a really great event. Yeah, as Mr. Paterno mentioned, there are several schools that our students have attended. If you want to go back one, Ms. Bosser, just so our people can see. This is all, there are so many that we can't even name them all, but there are so many places that our students have attended. Yep.
All right, so we also have students that do not only fantastic in the classroom, but also athletically. So if you see on the screen, we have a lot of award-winning athletes from gymnasts, soccer, go to the next play, volleyball, football. We have all conference, all county, honor mention. So these are leaders not only in the classroom, but also on the field, the court, mat. So we want to highlight that. Wrestling, we have some state champions over there to the right in winter track wrestling. So these guys and girls, they do a absolute fantastic job leading our building in sports. Here we have one of our students. One of our students are going to state for American Legion oratorical contest. Peter, he's going to represent us as he goes down to the state. We had numerous scholarship winners at our senior award night. We had Damien, who is our unsung hero. Essentially, what that is it's a student that just comes to school every day, does the right thing, doesn't need a award or a title, but just goes around and essentially has good character and shows, other people how to act throughout the building. So we want to make sure we acknowledge those people as well. As far as the Rotary Club, we have 11 candidates right now that are we, possibly going down to states, but 6 are definitely. So we want to support them as they go towards that competition. Candace Odell is one of our scholar athletes for NJSIAA. All right, and same thing with Gabriel. He went down to AC to represent Union in the state tournament for wrestling. So and he did a good job representing Union. Anything else?
And one of the final things we're going to talk about is our possible change, well, not possible, the change in schedule for the upcoming school year. One of the main reasons that we're doing this is to get the teachers on the same page. We're trying to focus the attention on the academics, building in common PLC time and allowing for common assessments, common planning time, allowing the teachers to collaborate more together instead of on their own islands. They're doing a lot. They're really working hard every single day. But if we can get them working together and looking in the same direction, working in the same direction more than they already are, we're looking forward to that.
Thing. So this year we have been, our admins and teachers went to visit the mill at Milburn High School. They also went to visit Red Bank Regional High School, and from that came ideas to institute a bathroom check-in and a check-in every areas that the kids go. So now we have the opportunity. Mr. Paterno set everything up with the help of Mr. Eichert on the computer end, to ensure that every time a student uses the restroom, they scan in and they also scan out. We've called home several times for students who are using the restroom 6 times in a day, sometimes in a half a day. jumping from bathroom to bathroom. So it's helping us and it's helping the parents, I believe, because if they're not in class, they're missing instructional time. The other thing is we are working on increasing, thanks to Mayor Bowser, has got us in contact with Rutgers University along with NJIT. They'll also be coming to speak with us at the high school, how we can bridge the programs together and help our students succeed even more as college students, as preparing as high school students. We're preparing them for that. So we have a lot planned, and hopefully we'll be able to discuss all of that with everyone, and thank you very much. That's it. Oh, our PTA, Ms. Montoya, I'm sorry. Here you go.
What an honor to be here this evening representing Union High School, the students, families, staff members. I am Lori Montoya, the PTA president, and I had one personal goal this year to hit 500 members, being that we have 2,000 students. We were just shy 44 members to reach that goal, so I invite you to come to our last in-person meeting this Thursday, and then maybe you can become a member too. I am confident that we will reach that goal next year because, as we know, each of us are very important to the development and growth of our children. But working with Ms. Bossard and the administration team at the high school has been amazing. We received the support needed to achieve many goals, such as fundraising for the scholarships to give to our students. So I want to thank you for all that help. We did have a slideshow, and we just put together some pictures, and it includes diversity, because that's what I see when I walk in the hallways of Union High School. I also see love in between them, but not just between them, but in the community. I also see friendships, and not only the children, but the staff and the parents that are there. Union High School has been very opening to us, and we also see unity. So there's a lot of things that we do as a PTA, so please join us to be a member, and then we can make all these things possible. Thank you.
Any questions, comments? No, I do. I do. I love the presentation. Thank you all so much. It's beautiful to see you work as a team to create these special moments for the kids. I'm just going to throw this out there as a suggestion. It would be great to have student ambassadors go to like the middle school or 4th and 5th grade and talk about all these things, and not wait for them to just get to the high school to know that they're accessible or available. Just some food for thought. I think we got to get kids excited early on so that they're ready to go 9th grade year. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Anyone else? So I want to thank Ms. Bossard and her team and LaToya for them collaborating, working together. Again, any year in the high school, it's challenging. So as you know, it's always could be something, a curveball come any day. But I thank you guys for all working together and all the time and energy you put in. And some of the things that I throw at you last minute, I appreciate it, that you carry them out and for our students. So thank you very much. So next, real quick, because we are voting on the final budget, Ms. Kuhn just has a couple seconds. So just again, review the main points of the budget. You could, either way, come on down, come on down.
Technology, okay. Good evening, I'm Yolanda Kuhn, School Business Administrator of the Township of Union Board of Education. I'm here to recap the fiscal 26 budget. It seems like we're now coming to the end as far as the state is concerned for the budget season, although for us, it's never ending. So here we are. Showing you the overall budget for the entire fund, Fund 10, 20, 30, and 40. That's $186,923,489. It's a decrease overall from last year's budget, which equates to a .70 decrease. As we know, this budget season, the state came kind of hard down on state aid, and we were impacted negatively by it as a net of 1.7 million, despite all of our challenges that we have with all our cost-driving factors as far as our contract obligations, repairs, tuition, health care, et cetera. It goes on the list. Our total operating budget, as you can see, is 171.7 million. The big piece here, I think that was copied right. Got to be. Sorry. So there's roughly 5 buckets of revenue, which is very, very important. Obviously, that drives everything. A budget has to be balanced. Revenues have to equal expenses. So the big pie here of 110.4 represents our local and miscellaneous revenue that we get from the township. Included in that number, there's been a roller coaster of events as it pertains to adjustments. We started off with no real adjustments in healthcare, enrollment, and bank cap. But since 2 months ago, we have received 39,000 in enrollment, 1.3 in healthcare, and we're exhausting our bank cap of 646,000 and some change, totaling this 110 from the township. In addition to that, we are using 2.7 of our extraordinary aid, which is basically reimbursement for special ed services like OT, PT, etc., that we have budgeted for. SIMI this year was cut drastically. We, on average, would get 230,000. Now we're only receiving 32,000, and that was a big uproar over all the states. Our state aid net was loss of 1.7. Equalization aid alone from last year to this year was a negative 4.7 million loss, but then we gained 2.8 in special ed categorical aid. So the net of that was 1.7. And lastly, we are using to close the gap fund balance of 2.4 million. Of that 2.4 million, 1.5 from last year's audit is forced into that budget to help, and the balance of 991,000 is what we're using out of our fund balance, quote unquote savings. I believe there was a couple of questions regarding that a couple of weeks ago. So this is essentially all our revenue for our operating. Next, we have obviously the various different expenses that equal, well, Jerry, doesn't look like. So essentially, instead of reading them off, we know the biggest piece of the pie is salaries and benefits. Then you have your supplies and your contracted services, health benefits, and things of that nature. So we have worked diligently in trying to protect the classroom at all costs. We have put in some measures of cutting various different budget lines. We do have over 5,000 or so budget lines, and I'm not going to bore you with that tonight, as this is a recap. Anyone that has any additional questions and would like to see line item, the office is obviously open. We met with some folks today that had some questions, and we had a one-to-one so that they can understand. The state budget is complex as far as some of the formulas that they have in the DOE portal, but I'll be happy to sit down and have an honest and good conversation on some of our expenses. We just need to keep in mind, though, that moving forward, it's very volatile. We're not sure. The state typically asks us to budget flat, but we budget flat, and this year we were hit in various different areas. We also got hit in pre-K. Pre-K's budget is roughly $10.3 million. We got hit with a penalty of roughly $330. So we are really diligently looking at our expenses and really trying to track, put in some processes to help monitor some of the costs, and we will continue to do that. So you will see there's about 7 different resolutions as it pertains to the budget. Those are required from the county, professional services that we have, which contains our engineers, our legal, physicians and doctors, special ed, certain services. So with that being said, I'm just happy that we were able to come up with a budget, balanced budget, but we will continue to look for improvements as time progresses.
Thank you, Ms. Kuhn. Any questions?
Comments?
Sure.
Dr. Benaquista, are we going to offer an opportunity to the public to ask questions or make comments on the budget?
Yes, that's what we were going
I'd like to defer my comments till after the public.
Public, any questions, comments in regards to the budget presentation? Hello?
From F14 through...
Okay. Virginia Jeffries, 236 Brighton Avenue, East Orange, New Jersey. The agenda does not specifically say where the budget hearing is going to take place.
Right here,
On the
right now.
agenda. It doesn't say that. So it's kind of confusing for people to follow. But I did have questions, but they were just about other items on the agenda. I do understand about the flat funding. I do understand the hurdles and the challenges that this district has, but this district has the same hurdles and challenges that all school districts are facing, and some are even worse off than this school district. So this school district is starting off in a better position than many other school districts.
I also think it's the fiscal responsibility of the district to do what revenue they have in expenditures and adjust it to make sure it's balanced. I would love, I could look at other districts. I would love their state aid that they get. I would tell you right now, we would have a lot of smiling faces in the audience, but I have to say, with Ms. Kuhn and the leadership, a lot of thought and time goes into the decisions we make with that fiscal mindset, working together. So, and if you see, it's at 71% is already taken with salaries and benefits. So it's not much else to operate a large district like this. But thank you, Ms. Kuhn.
Thank you.
Nicely said, Dr. Benaquista. And I do agree with you, and I'm going to thank you, Ms. Kuhn, and your leadership team. I know that we do a lot with a limited budget. Although we receive Title I, it's not throughout the district, unlike other districts. And of course, there's Abbott funding and other sources of income that other districts receive that we do not. So I'm very proud of our district and everything that it is able to accomplish on behalf of children, on behalf of the parents, on behalf of the community, with the budget that we have, considering that 70% goes to personnel salaries and benefits. So thank you.
Thank you. Next up,
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I still want to make some
Oh, I'm
comments. I
sorry.
was waiting for that to the public.
Apologize, Mr. Cohen.
So as co-chair with Mr. McDowell, thank you, of the fiscal committee, I just want to make sure that we acknowledge the extraordinary efforts of Ms. Kuhn and Dr. Benaquista and their staffs for putting this budget together. One of the things that was noted at an earlier meeting, perhaps not to the full public, so I'll make sure that I mention it now. The revenue sources from revenue from federal funds is budgeted at a significant reduction this year from what we're currently receiving at the advice of the state, because we still don't yet know what's going to happen in those appropriations from the federal government. There have been rumors, you made note of Title I. There are rumors that Title I may be cut, and we will have a deep hole to fill there to meet the needs of our most challenged families and students if that occurs. I think it's really important to reiterate that we had a $4 million reduction in state aid, yet the budget only went down $1.3 million. So that means through efficiencies and many other strategies, we've been able to maintain and maybe even expand in some cases some educational opportunities for our students, which is our primary responsibility. We also have an extraordinary grant writer who comes up with unique ways of being able to fund programs to make sure that we can sustain the things that we know are important for kids. And I think it's important to hold out hope that when the state budget is finally adopted, there will be some reconsideration. We've received commitments from our state legislators, and I heard Assemblywoman Quijano just last night make a commitment that she will be continuing to advocate for our district to ensure that some of those funds that were cut are in some way restored when the final state budget is adopted. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And to that, I feel terrible that we missed him, but Mayor Bowser was here this evening as well, and I do want to give him a shout out for being an advocate for our district, along with the town leadership, and even the library that will be opening soon is a testament to their commitment to the children of this town. So,
and it's going to be another resource for our school district, a place where parents could have their kids learn, but also get information about the schools. There's some things that we'll be putting out in the future of how the schools are going to tap into the library. I just want to, again, ask
town
for
district
permission,
collaboration.
but I haven't even been able to share it with the township.
Thank you so much.
So next up, as you, the public hopefully knows, we have three students.
Madam President, if I may.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm trying to be soft. It doesn't work for me. What I did want to say is, from the first time that I stepped into a Board of Ed meeting, I had no idea what was going on. And it took to this time in this chair. I know up here, I have others that have probably been here longer, Mr. McDowell, Ms. Nancy Manisi, Ms. Elsie Conti-Mackey. And I want to say how proud I am of the financial healing that this district has done from the time that I first walked into to this moment. It might not have been linear. I might not have always understood everything that went into it, but I'm proud of this board, this administration, this district, to know that we are headed in the right direction and with fiscal responsibility for our students. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Santana.
Yeah, I appreciate that because there is a lot of time and energy with sometimes less funds. We still put the focus on our students and teaching staff. And this year was a testament because I did let Ms. Shannon know I don't have to call on any teacher or one of her members to non-renew. So I'm excited about that. Next up, as the board has 3 board liaisons this month, Alan Mowell will come up. I apologize, and share some highlights that he put together.
Welcome so much, Alan, and we're very excited to hear your presentation. Alan is one of the seniors at the high school.
Okay. Hello, everybody. My name is Alan Mowell. I'm a senior at Union High School, and I am one of the 3 student liaisons to be able to present to you all events that have been happening around the Township of Union. Senior Ayanna Josephat recently went at the last meeting, and I'm honored to be able to be in the same position as her and give you all some information about what's been going on. So, Ms. Nunez, did you add the slides? Go back. There you go. So some upcoming and current dates. NJSLA testing has begun for freshmen and juniors. As a senior myself, I do appreciate the extra hours of sleep this week. And it will last until Friday. Meanwhile, sophomores and seniors, like I said, are to come on a delayed schedule. AP testing will commence next Monday and last for about 2 weeks. And this Thursday will mark decision day for seniors who decide to come in wearing merchandise of the university college of their choice that they will be attending. Ooh, I'm trying to go back. Okay, the other title just says sports, and we have over 400 student athletes within the district participating in sports such as baseball, boys baseball, girls softball, co-ed golf, girls flag football, and I believe 1 or 2 more. And so for the girls flag football team, they currently have an incredible record of 4 wins, 0 losses, and 1 tie. The JV boys volleyball team placed 3rd at their Livingston Invitational Tournament as a former member of the JV team for 2 years being the captain. That's the best they've ever placed. So, you know, I'm very proud of my boys. However, it does leave me wondering, was I the problem? I hope not. The freshman boys volleyball team won the Livingston Freshman Invitational Tournament, finishing with a record of 8 wins and a single loss. This past week, the Union High School softball team defeated Caldwell High School 11-7 and defeated Union Catholic with the same score. This past weekend, qualifying members of our boys and girls track meet competed in the Penn State Relays held at the University of Pennsylvania's historic Franklin Field. More on track and field because they have so many accomplishments. They recently participated in 2 different relays on April 5th and April 19th. For April 5th, senior Caleb Duvelson placed 2nd in the varsity shot put. The varsity girls 4x100 meter team won gold. The varsity girls 800 meter sprint also won gold. On April 19th, Caleb Duvelson once again placed very highly in the varsity shot put, this time placing 3rd. The novice boys 800 meter sprint won the championship. And varsity girls, 2 teams, the 4x100 meter relay finished in 2nd place, while the 4x200 meter relay team became champions. Lastly, for Union High School boys baseball, the team attended the lemonade stand to support Washington School student Cameron Dudek and sister of the baseball manager Donovan Ressinger. The team is pictured with the Union Police Department, who has also attended the lemonade stand. Now for Union High School clubs. As founder and president of 2 clubs at the high school, I know how important it is for these certain clubs to exist, for students to expand their knowledge and pursue their niche interests. So for the Asian Student Alliance Club, they plan to hold a table at the AAPI Food and Music Festival on May 3rd. The Law Club started and completed Union High School's first mock trial and will soon have an attorney guest speaker present. Key Club assisted in Kane University's Easter egg hunt and held another successful feud distribution. Art Club launched their promposal sign sales and continues progress on the school mural. Future Doctors Club invited a med student to discuss career advancement opportunities and current events at Rutgers for the students to learn more about healthcare. And lastly, Debate Club, they finished the first ever Union High School debate tournament, which lasted over 5 months, filled with informative discussions. Team 1, led by freshmen Shamaine Adekoya and Yasalba Tejada, were victorious.
Wow.
Now, highlighting the future, Take Your Kids to Work Day was recently held, where the kids were able to visit the Union Police Department, Union Fire Department, the new theater and studio, and schools. They learned lessons on public safety and community service. The annual Black History Month essay contest, the Vauxhall Historical Society honored winners at Jefferson School, recognizing enthusiastic student teams from multiple classrooms, with first place awarded to classes taught by Miss Jasmine, Miss McClamott, and Mrs. Gabriel. The Union Rotary Club honors students for exemplary citizenship. The Rotary Club of Union honored 4th graders Michael Mwaniki and Brian Trotman with the Herb Singe Senior Good Citizenship Student Award for exemplifying kindness, leadership, and values of Rotary's 4-way test. Lastly, I would like to highlight some excellence within our Union community. First, senior Gabriel Hargrove, who was mentioned earlier for wrestling. He recently committed to Stevens to pursue his academic and wrestling career. Allison Zeezer, who recently went to tournament and alongside the CJA Bombshells cheerleading team, she is now a 3-time world champion.
Wow.
Desmond Igbenosin, a former farmer, and now just got signed to the best team in the NFL, the Baltimore Ravens. Raymond Riley, a security guard at one of the middle schools, recently encountered a driver who, unfortunately, his car was on fire, and with no hesitation, he jumped out and he saved whoever was inside. He had burns on his hands, but to him, in his mind, that didn't matter. Only saving the individual did. And lastly, Jeremiah DeSormes. I'm also in that picture because I won a little bit of money myself, but we're focusing on Jeremiah, who, alongside the Boys and Girls Club's Keystone, won over $11,000 in scholarships for a university college of his choice. Showcasing his perseverance and switch around in his academic career. And thank you all for your time.
Wow, excellent.
And thank you, Alan. I'm looking forward to seeing Alan as he progresses through his next phase in going into college and seeing, hopefully he'll come back and share with us. But I'm looking forward, has done a wonderful job this year as one of our students.
Dr. Benacuesta, very quickly. Comments from the board to our young guests here tonight. Also,
Outstanding, outstanding job, Alan. And as Dr. Benacuesta said, we look forward to what you will do in the future, and we are glad to, proud to have participated in your education.
And I just want to say thank you. It was a great job. Your voice, your projection, excellent.
Now, Alan, can you tell us a little bit about what you're going to do upon graduation, what you plan to study? I have some ideas for you, but I'm not going to.
Yes, I recently committed to Rutgers, New Brunswick, and I will be following a pre-law track, hopefully to become a civil litigation attorney in the future.
Nice.
Well, if that, if you have a change of heart, I think we can all agree that that was an excellent presentation, and you are a natural for broadcasting and anything in journalism. So kudos to you. And I know tonight I want to give a shout out to, do you want to give a shout out to your mom and your significant?
Those two right there are my mom and my loving girlfriend, Ashley. They support me in all I do, especially my mom. Thank you for everything.
Excellent job, Alan.
Thank you again. And next up, I would like to. Oh, sure. Okay. Yeah, come on. You guys just stand behind. You guys come up.
How do we do this? Let me.
Yeah, Alan, come down with this Marvin Allen, then. Yes. If everybody else can move up? Yes, ma'am. Okay. Mr. Nesta?
Mayor Bowser.
Mayor?
Come in and you can have them as part of the records too. Let's do this.
Come on over here on this side.
Ms. Bowser? No.
Yeah, she just left.
Ready? 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much.
Thank you again.
And you're still with us?
So, Mayor Bowser, you could stay. I'm going to put you on the hot seat. We're lucky to have Mayor Bowser with us tonight. And it was mentioned earlier, I think this is on. It was mentioned earlier how much we're collaborating with the township. Mayor Bowser's 100% supportive of us. Anytime we need something, we started meeting last year, and I just love how the high school's tapping into and other people as well. So Mayor Bowser's going to share a little bit. Madam President, do you want to say anything first? Okay.
Well, thank you, Jerry. I just want to say it's really great to be here today. Again, I just want to give you a quick overview of the library. At long last, our library will be coming up to speed on June the 6th, 7th, and 8th. We have a weekend planned where we want the community to come out and really enjoy themselves. First, on Friday, we're going to have the opening of the Black Box Theater with a performance there. It's going to be a black tie event, so that's how important it is to us. And then on Saturday, we're going to actually have a parade where the students will actually walk from the the old library. Well, let me back up. They're going to walk from the temporary library to the new library, holding books, showing that display as we walk toward the new library. And also, we're going to have some events on Sunday. So that's that whole weekend that we're talking about. So we're looking to have the community come out and really participate in our weekend-long event. So again, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Bowser. And I'll be setting up a meeting to also see what we could do to make sure the schools and library are meshing together.
Fantastic. Let me just say a few more words about the
Sure.
library. The library itself has a number of, besides the black box, there'll be a number of meeting rooms in there. There'll be a sensory room. And we also have, as Sal would say, he has a projector, filming equipment, what you would call a studio. So we'll have a studio there, a podcasting room. So there's going to be a lot of different activities that we can actually produce at this particular location. So by all means, come to our opening. It's going to be, like I said, a weekend affair, very important to the township. So again, thanks again.
Thank you so much.
And once again, on behalf of the board, Mayor Bowser, we just want to say thank you so much for supporting and complimenting what we're doing in the district. Thank you so much.
So as I do monthly, I encourage people to go on. It'll be posted, the full presentation, but because of time, I don't touch on every single thing. So just make sure you go through it, those that are at home, those that are here. There's a lot of information within my presentation. Next up, I would like to ask Mr. Riley. Alan did mention him. I would like to have Mr. Riley come up in the board, president, vice president. If you could come join me. When I heard what Mr. Riley, I don't even know if he thought about it. I think he just reacted from all of his experience as a police officer and a firefighter. And I probably won't, if you want to share a little bit of the story, but the one thing I want to say is I read in the paper about this heroic person that was on, what town was it?
This was Lakewood.
So they were resembling this person of a Lakewood first responder. And I'm like, that ain't a Lakewood first responder. That's one of our employees. So they didn't even know because he had control of the situation, telling people what to do. I'm sure you wished other people would have helped instead of filming, but everyone was looking to Ray to help in this situation, and that just to understand the context of that in an emergency situation says a lot. And Ray really stood up to save someone's life. I don't know, that's a tough decision. I think a lot of people keep driving. And Ray, your wife was in the car. So I don't know what you were going through while you were seeing this, but at any point the car could have exploded. But Ray had to use a fire extinguisher what was it?
Actually, a Yeti bottle of water and stuff.
So a Yeti bottle of water to help
And then a
create
fire
enough space to get this person out of the car that was on fire. So I would like to just congratulate President, Vice President. You want to come and take a picture? The rest of the board, if you want to get around.
I'm more impressed with you, man. I didn't know you would be here.
It was good timing.
Yeah.
What's that? Yeah, we'll take one and then his wife will jump in too.
Oh, she's going to kill you, man. This deja vu.
Ready? 3, 2, 1. Okay, wifey?
Yes, the wife must.
Who is a township employee, so they were coming to work together, and I don't know how your heart wasn't dropping.
Ready? 3, 2, 1. Thank you. Sorry.
Congratulations again. Thank you.
Thank you for your effort. You're cool.
Thank
So we did have the Apex Award. There's a video you can watch. We highlighted all of our, Dr. Rodriguez put this together. First time we did it in our district. We highlighted all the students on the SLA that got a 5. I know a lot of people, when we say certain things, there's a lot of people that are behind the scenes doing a lot of stuff to bring this stuff, a lot of stuff for the first time to our district. So I'm not going to go through all the highlights, but the advisory board that meets with me, parent advisory board, we're still going on, we're meeting. The highlights, I know Alan did a lot of them, but anyone wants to go through and look at them if there's any other ones that are different. Like I said, we bring a lot. We have the newsletters going out. The new newsletter was just released, as well as there's a FAFSA workshop tonight while we're here at our high school library. And Senator Cryan, it was integral in bringing that and the state to help us with that in our district, to make sure people are aware. The FAFSA is a much, it's May 7th. I thought it was tonight, I'm sorry. But the FAFSA is totally different than years ago. I think the process is getting harder and harder. And a lot of times, you know, it's just a lot to go through. New hires, I know we're starting to highlight our new hires. Look at that list. So since January, a lot of different areas, not just in one classification. So the district, I think, is doing better than ever on the least amount of openings we have throughout our district. We're going to have Dr. Rodriguez present when we have a little more time further on instruction, curriculum instruction. The strategic plan night is coming up. 2,000 plus people responded to the survey, which is awesome to get those numbers. But now's we're going to have 2 different nights. The first night is coming up May 6th, and the second one, May 15th. We split them. First night is curriculum instruction, and then fiscal operations, personnel, and facilities. Please come out and join us. There was a registration as part of that. HIB, as we have to do monthly. So for reporting purposes, between April 8th and April 29th, there was 5 founded, 3 from Burnett and 2 from Kwame. Some not founded and inconclusive, 2 at Union High School, and then affirming the cases from March 18th to April 8th, where it was 5, 2 at Kwame, 2 at Burnett, 1 at Hannah Caldwell, and 1 inconclusive not founded at Union High School. So thank you very much. That concludes the presentation. Any questions or comments? Otherwise, Madam President, that concludes it.
Thank you so much, Dr. Renacuesta. Nice job. And I do want to give a plug to Ms. Nooms, who has been our social media handler, and I think has been doing an awesome job. Also, keeping the public informed as to some of the things that are taking place in the district. So, Ms. Nooms, if you want to look up here, I want to say thank you. Thank you. Now we will have the Education Student Discipline Committee Chair, Ms. Manisi and Ms. Faria, to present the resolutions that will be voted on tonight.
Okay. Have to remind me now. Read the resolution.
The committee chair, Ms. Manisi, Ms. Faria, will make the motion on the resolution items.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Upon recommendation of the Superintendent of Schools, the Education Student Discipline Committee presents the following resolutions for the board's consideration. E1, E1A, E2, E6, E7 were all approved at our work session. So tonight we'll approve E11A, which is intimidation, harassment, determination. E3, accept funds. E4, E5, E8, E9A, E9B, E9C. I need a second.
Second. Any discussion?
I just want to highlight that two of the ones that we are approving is a total of $70,000 that we are getting from grant money due to the work of the district. So in times where it is challenging, I just really want to bring everyone's attention to that. And it's in two really important areas. One is for computer science, to bring more a computer science program to the high school, and another one is for a project involving climate change, which we know we're all being impacted by it, as we're all kind of sweating up here. So I just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention and to just say thank you to the district for that work.
No, that's an excellent point. Thank you, Ms. Faria. The motion has been properly moved by Ms. Manisi and seconded by Ms. Faria. Can I have a roll call, please? Ms. Capiello.
Mr. Cohan.
Yes.
Mrs. Conte-Mackey.
Yes.
Mrs. Faria.
Yes.
Mr. McDowell.
Yes.
Mrs. Manisi.
Yes.
Mr. Nasta.
Yes.
Mrs. Scott Heeden.
Yes.
Ms. Santana.
Yes.
Ms. Carbonell.
Yes. Next, we will have the Fiscal and Planning Committee chairs, Mr. Cohan and Mr. McDowell, to present the resolutions that will be voted on tonight.
Thank you, Madam President. In the fiscal agenda tonight, they are the standard and customary monthly reports from the Treasurer and the Secretary and the certification of those reports, and all of the other pro forma resolutions we have on a monthly basis, including approval of contracts and purchases, fundraisers, et cetera. Of course, resolutions F14 through F21, as acknowledged earlier in the meeting, are for the adoption of the fiscal year 2026 budget, as was presented by the Superintendent, Ms. Kuhn. I would like to call attention to Resolution F22, because when I reviewed this in the agenda, I had a question, and I suspect that members of the public might as well. You'll note that there are approvals for last year, 2024. When I questioned this, it was because we didn't receive the invoices from the vendor until just recently. So they are obligations of the board. This board has to approve them, but that we're approving them a little late. And F24 acknowledges the report of receipt of proposals and approval for construction management services. I'd like to note, if anyone noticed in the backing materials during Ms. Kuhn's presentation of the budget, that for the next fiscal year, only 1% of our budget is going to facilities and repairs. And our newest building is Hannah Caldwell School, which is 25 years old, and as we all know, undergoing significant remediation right now. So we're making preparations to be forward-looking, and we're going to need to take a look at our facilities, and the appointment of M&M Construction as the pre-construction management service will help us to start to take a look at our facilities and to begin to make some preliminary plans about how to respond to the needs that we have. And I'll defer to Mr. McDowell for the adoption.
Excellent points, though, Mr. Cohan.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Cohan, and thank you, Madam President. Upon the recommendation of the Superintendent of Schools, the Fiscal and Planning Committee present the following resolutions for the board's consideration. F1 is the Treasurer's report. F2 is the Secretary's report. F3 is to certify the Treasurer's and Secretary's report. F4 is to approve appropriations transfers. F5 is to approve the list of contracts and purchase orders. F4 is to approve the district-wide travel and related expenses. F7 was voted on April the 8th and approved. F7A is to approve district-wide student field trips. F7A. F8 is to approve the list of 2024-2025 state contracts and approved vendors. F9A is to approve the list of contracts and purchases for student activities. F9B is to approve fundraisers, and they're listed there. F9C is to accept donations. We are receiving from Morgan Cycle, I think, 500 scooters and 300 helmets. And again, those were donations from Morgan Cycle and coordinated by the police department. F10 is to approve 2024-2025 out-of-district student placement list. F11 is to approve petty cash fund for the coming school year. F12 is to approve applications for the 2025 NJSIG safety grant of $17,193. F13 is to approve the resolution and agreement, the coordinated transportation services with the Union County Ed Services Commission. Attorney, that's just for information purposes only. It's not voted on tonight. Those are the legal expenses paid as of March 18th for this fiscal year. And as Mr. Cohen stated earlier, resolutions F14 through F21, and I will not read those, they concern the budget for this coming school year. And Madam President, those are the resolutions. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you very much. I'm sorry. F22 is to approve transportation contract agreements. They're listed there. F23 is to approve parent-pupil transportation contracts. And F24 is a report of the receipts of proposals and approve contract management services, and we have received, looks like 4 proposals for construction management services. Madam President, those are the resolutions presented by the Fiscal and Planning Committee.
Thank you so much. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? I do want to highlight Resolution 9C. I think it's absolutely amazing that Morgan Cycle, along with the Union Police Department, is donating 500 scooters and 300 helmets to our children. And I know, Mr. Nasta, you had, some collaboration with this, but I think this is phenomenal, and it's unheard of in today's day and age when people are so self-absorbed. To have somebody just be so giving, it's just commendable. So thank you to them.
And I did forget to mention that I think Mr. Nasta worked all that out with the police department for securing those scooters for kids here. Great job.
Thank you, Mr. Nasta. This motion has been properly moved by Mr. Cohen and seconded by Mr. McDowell. May I have a roll call, please, Ms. Capriello?
Mr. Cohan?
Yes.
Mrs. Conte-Mackey?
Yes.
Mrs. Faria?
Yes.
Mr. McDowell?
Yes.
Mrs. Benisi?
Yes.
Mr. Nasta?
Yes.
Mrs. Scott Heeden?
Yes.
Ms. Santana?
Yes.
Ms. Carbonell?
Yes.
Madam President, point of order for the record. Mr. McDowell made the motion and I seconded it.
I apologize.
That's okay.
Yes, you do.
Yes, you do. It's
Yes.
the hair. It's the hair. Yeah.
Thank you for the correction, Mr. Cohen. Next, we will have the Negotiations Committee Chair, Ms. Santana, to present the resolutions that will be voted on tonight.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Would you like to give a summary of this, or do you just want me to read the grievance negotiations?
Just read.
Just read, thank you. Upon recommendation of the Superintendent of Schools, the Grievance Negotiation Committee presents the following resolutions for the board's consideration. G1 was approved at April 8th, 2025 work session. So we will move on to G2, which is approved collection bargaining agreement of UTASA, and G3, approved sick bank agreement with UTTA.
Thank you so much. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Yes, Madam President.
Sure.
I'd like to share with the board and the public comments that I made the evening that we reached the agreement with the UTASA, that the collective bargaining process is a very important transaction between this board and our employees, and to be able to have completed this round of bargaining with our district leadership is a critical way for us to acknowledge their contributions and their service to our overall efforts. And I also addressed the leadership of that association and said to them, we need to always remember the importance of the leadership in our schools, because the goals and objectives established by this board and established by the superintendent are only going to be achieved if we have strong leadership in every one of our facilities and they can communicate the intent and the depth of our commitment to those goals. And I want to make sure that everyone knows that leaders matter. Thank you.
Beautifully said, Mr. McDowell. Just kidding, Mr. Cohen. This motion has been properly moved by Ms. Santana and seconded by Mr. Cohen. Can I have a roll call, please, Ms. Cappiello?
Mr. Cohan?
Yes.
Mrs. Conte-Mackey?
Yes.
Mrs. Faria?
Yes.
Mr. McDowell?
Yes.
Mrs. Manisi?
Yes.
Mr. Nasta?
Yes.
Mrs. Scott Heeden?
Yes.
Ms. Santana?
Yes.
Ms. Carbonell?
Yes. And I just want to say for the record, it was Mr. Cohen who spoke, very eloquently. Next, we will have the legal committee chair, Ms. Santana,
Thank you.
and Ms. Santana, to present the bolded resolutions that will be voted on tonight.
Upon recommendation of the superintendent of schools, the legal committee presents the following resolution for the board's consideration. L1, approve settlement agreement in the matter of AO on behalf of KA versus the Township of Union Board of Education in accordance with the non-public information appended to the agenda. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
One more time? Mr. McDowell? Any discussion? All right, this motion has been properly moved by Ms. Santana and seconded by Mr. McDowell. May I have a roll call, please, Ms. Cappiello?
Mr. Cohan?
Yes.
Mrs. Conte-Mackey?
Yes.
Mrs. Faria?
Yes.
Mr. McDowell?
Yes.
Mrs. Manisi?
Yes.
Mr. Nasta?
Yes.
Mrs. Scott Heeden?
Yes.
Ms. Santana?
Yes.
Ms. Carbonell?
Yes. Next, we will have the Operations and Technology Committee chairs, Mr. Nasta and Ms. Conte-Mackey, to present the resolutions that will be voted upon tonight.
Madam President, I just wanted to make a quick statement. I want to say thank you to Dr. Benaquista and Ms. Kuhn for presenting the budget to us as a community, and it's hard to hear just the amount of money that was cut from funding, but I really want to stress to the community, to our board members, and to everyone that our buildings are old. And as much as we have all of the greatness in our community, thankful of all of us coming together and doing our due diligence, we also have to keep in mind that we have an infrastructure that is completely old, that we are truly thankful to our facilities, our operations team for the jobs that they do, going above and beyond, keeping our facilities functional so that our teachers and students can have a comfortable environment to learn, to educate, to grow. Thank you to Senator Cryan, our township, our mayor, advocating on our behalf to get more funding from us, because we desperately do need additional funding and support. And these times are rough in terms of how the finances are going. And our buildings are struggling, and we're trying our best to hold them up as a community. So I encourage all to continue to advocate for funding for our schools, for all of the community to be a voice for our district, because we do need to have improvements done in the operations component, and we don't want that to get lost in the sauce of everything. Having a building that stands is important, and we hope that we can get some more money, and we're thankful for the support that we're receiving. And I'll turn it over to my fellow board member.
That was well said. Upon recommendation of the superintendent of schools, the Operations Technology Committee presents the following resolutions for the board's consideration. 01, approve security drill bus evacuation reports. 02, approve requests from First Baptist Church of Vauxhall. 03, approve Township of Union Public Schools Hall of Fame. 04, approve chronic absenteeism correction action plans. On the technology side, T1, approve recycling of equipment, and T2, approve advertisement for sale of IT equipment. That is all I have.
Thank you so much. Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? This motion has been properly moved by Mr. Nasta and seconded by Ms. Conte Mackey. Can I have a roll call, please, Ms. Capiello?
Mr. Cohan?
Yes.
Mrs. Conte Mackey?
Yes.
Mrs. Faria?
Yes.
Mr. McDowell?
I have to abstain from 02. All the others, 01 through the technology, I vote yes.
Mrs. Benisi?
Yes.
Mr. Nasta?
Yes.
Mrs. Scott Heeden?
Yes.
Ms. Santana?
Yes.
Ms. Carbonell?
Yes. Next, we will have the Personnel Committee chairs, Ms. Scott Hayden and Ms. Santana, to present the following resolutions that will be voted upon tonight.
Good evening. So while I don't have an actual report from the Personnel Committee due to certain legal matters that are discussed that I cannot bring forward to the public, I am going to just offer a personal statement on behalf of the committee and myself. The Personnel Committee met on April 8th. We are really excited to hear about the opportunities that was placed before us where our district leadership visited colleges to find future educators. I'm also excited to hear about the opportunity that our students had to be part of the Future Teachers of America program. I'm a big proponent of, if you can't find them, grow your own. So, and that's across the board. So the fact that we have some of our students who aspire to be future educators is very exciting. On behalf of the Township of Union here also, there's no surprise that as we look for exceptional educators, we are always focused on sustaining positive working relationships with our current employees. We will continue to work to fulfill the remaining positions that impact the learning of all of our students. Collectively, we strive for successful outcomes. These times that we are currently living in right now, with all the attacks on public education, calls for collective actions and unification of our community. We look forward to continue with partnerships with this community and with the whole public. Thank you so much. And I'll turn it over to my co-chair, Chastity Santana.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Scott Hayden.
Thank you so much. Madam Chair, with your permission, may I move this in a block?
Sure.
Thank you so much. So I will say P1A, like Apple, was approved at the April 8th, 2025 work session. And we have P6, agenda item removed prior to board meeting from central office resolution. Other than that, I have P1A, like Apple 1, down to P9.
Thank you so much. Is there a second?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Oh, yeah.
I will hold also on P7. That is P7 is also to be removed prior to board meeting. So I will reiterate, P1A, like Apple, was approved at April 8th, 2025 work session. P6, removed prior to board meeting, and P7.
Thank you so much, Ms. Santana. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? This motion has been properly moved by Ms. Santana and seconded by Ms. Scott Hayden. May I have a roll call, please, Ms. Capiello?
Mr. Cohan?
Yes.
Mrs. Conte Mackey?
Yes.
Mrs. Faria?
Yes.
Mr. McDowell?
Yes.
Mrs. Benisi?
Yes.
Mr. Nasta?
You step back.
Oh, he went to the.
Okay, sorry. Mrs. Scott Heeden?
Yes.
Ms. Santana?
Yes.
Ms. Carbonell?
Yes. Next, we will have the Policy Committee Chair, Ms. Manisi, to present the following resolutions that will be voted upon tonight.
Upon recommendation of the Superintendent of Schools, the Policy Committee presents the following policies for the Board's consideration. These are final reading and adoption. Policy 5460, high school graduation. Policy 2, Policy 5512, harassment, intimidation, or bullying. Policy 3, 5516, use of electronic communication devices. Policy 5710, student grievances. Policy 7441, electronic surveillance in school buildings and on school grounds. Policy 8500, food services. Policy 9320, cooperation with the law enforcement agencies. And policy, regulation 5533, student smoking.
Thank you so much, Ms. Manisi. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? This
Madam
mo-
President.
Sorry, please proceed.
So, I want to acknowledge that some of the policy changes, as we all know on a month-to-month basis, are minor because we get recommendations from the consultant that reviews the policy manual for us. But I'd just like to comment on Policy 8. Early in my career, teaching at Union High School, one of my duties was to monitor the student smoking lounge. So I don't know whether that's an indicator of how old I am or just how far we've come as a society to ensure that we think about the health of our students and public health in general to make certain that smoking is banned in all public places, but most especially in schools. Our policy is very stringent. It ensures that students and their parents know how seriously we take this issue and how abhorrent it is for smoking to be taking place in schools. And I wholeheartedly support the adoption of that policy in particular, but all of them.
Thank you so much, Mr. Cohen. This motion has been properly moved by Ms. Manisi and seconded by Ms. Faria. Can I have a roll call, please, Ms. Capello?
Mr. Cohan?
Yes.
Mrs. Conte-Maki?
Yes.
Mrs. Faria?
Yes.
Mr. McDowell?
Yes.
Mrs. Manisi?
Yes.
Mr. Nasta?
Yes.
Mrs. Scott Heeden?
Yes.
Ms. Santana?
Yes.
Ms. Carbonell?
Yes. Moving along, we will have the Residency Committee Chair, Ms. Manisi, present the following non-voting resolutions.
I'd just like to mention that, that these students that were investigated, and when the parents were notified, that they voluntarily transferred out of district to their place of residence. So I'd like to commend our investigators for the hard work. They work all year long, 12 months a year, investigating non-residents that are using our schools. So this is all for informational purposes only. So we have 5 students removed voluntarily. So right now we have 8 students removed and 12 students voluntarily. And this is just for information.
Thank you so much, Ms. Manisi. And thank you to you and our colleagues that are working on making sure that we do this important work. May I have a motion to approve the bills list?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussions? The motion has been properly moved by Ms. Santana, seconded by Ms. Scott Hayden. Can I have a roll call, please, Ms. Capello?
Mr. Cohan?
Yes.
Mrs. Conte-Maki?
Yes.
Mrs. Faria?
Yes.
Mr. McDowell?
Yes.
Mrs. Manisi?
Yes.
Mr. Nasta?
Yes.
Mrs. Scott Heeden?
Yes.
Ms. Santana?
Yes.
Ms. Carbonell?
Yes. Unfinished business?
Madam President.
Sure.
I'd just like to offer some comments. Dr. Benaquista reported on this activity in his report, but the Apex Awards that were held earlier in the month were an amazing ceremony. It was so great to see our most accomplished students and their parents celebrating their academic achievement. And it was, not a formal award per se. They each got a certificate, of course, an acknowledgement of their achievement on the New Jersey Student Learning Assessments from last year. But, as Dr. Benaquista has, and many of us have said in the past, it's really, really important for us to continue to emphasize the many, many positive things that are happening in this school district. Every district is challenged. Every district has students who have needs that we need to address differently. But when we do our jobs well, our students excel, and it was just a very special night. I'd also like to just comment briefly, and I wish I'd remembered to do this while the high school administration was still here, but my wife and I attended the high school production of Into the Woods back before the holiday break. And it was an excellent production. The student performers were great. I happen to think that the witch had the best singing voice, but we really enjoyed ourselves that evening, and it's a compliment to all of the students and the staff and parents who support them to put on such excellent productions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anyone else?
If I may.
Menisi and then Santana?
Yes.
I just wanted to mention, last week and then again this week, I went to two activities at the high school. Last week, I went to the Allied Health class. I was invited to go, and to Mrs. Zeezer's class, and they had a presenter from the Cleft Association, and the students were so engaged, and it was amazing to see that they showed a video. It was about 30 minutes, and it was about a family in the Philippines. And we had many students who enlightened me especially on life in the Philippines and how difficult a lot of these surgeries are because of the remote areas that the people are living. But they were just so engaged, and I think the presenter was very, very happy with the participation with the students. And then today, I went to Tomorrow's Teachers, the signing event, which was wonderful. It was. There were, I think, 10 students. They did pictures. Mr. Daly did a great job. He did say that this is the second, only the second one in the state where they have the signing with the future teachers or tomorrow's teachers. And I did speak to a parent at the end, just congratulated her, and she just spoke about our school system. It was wonderful. She said, the activities that are offered, the academics, and she's just thrilled that her daughter went through this program and will be attending a university of her choice, and hopefully will come back to Union to teach in the future.
Hey, that would be a win-win. Anyone else?
Yes, thank you so much. Personally, I have a baby in baseball, varsity, and a baby that went to do, is it Matilda Jr. at Kwame this past weekend. It was a great presentation, all of it. I love watching all our boys play. And what I wanted to also now on a district level talk about is how great our children are in all of their extracurricular activities and also all the sports that they do. Why? And I'll tell you the why behind it, right? Because in reality, I don't think my child is going to be the next Derek Jeter or Aaron Judge. I don't think my child is going to be a great actor. They could be, and wonderful for me. But why? The team. They get out there and you see their faces, win or lose, right? Because Union's not doing so well, guys, in baseball. But I'm out there cheering, and just them getting one run or in the play, saying something. Those faces, they bright up, and they represent us so well out there. And I love it. I'm proud. I'm their biggest cheerleader. And continuing on and on, I want to scream the praises of all of our children. And I would also like to add, I didn't say it when he spoke, Mr. Allen, you are one of the most talented orators that I have ever heard. I wish that when you go out and you do all of your greatness, just come back and share it with us, my fine friend. Thank you so much.
That was nicely said, Ms. Santana. You were amazing. Of course.
I want to add
Maria.
to the Matilda, because I think I want to speak to the students, but also to the staff. I was fortunate enough to be there all 3 nights, and it was a sold out on Saturday evening, and it was second to last seat, and the crew was coming out already in tears. And then they did such a nice job honoring all of the staff members who volunteered their time for the play. And you could just really see how well they worked together, the love, the family, and the closeness that some of them were 8th graders, and I think they're starting to realize that they're moving on to that next level. But even the underclassmen, to just really see our kids work so close together, they put on a wonderful performance. But we have to say thank you to the staff and to the advisors who did a wonderful job, who dedicated their weekends, their spring break. So just a thank you to everyone, because it was really a great opportunity to see that.
Thank you so much. Anyone else?
Real quick, Madam President, if I could just, just real quick, because I know Alan mentioned, and I would just like to, again, it highlights such opportunities we have in our district, as well as what great things happen. So Alan did mention Desmond Igbinoza getting signed by the Baltimore Ravens, but in the same year, the same family, his brother, Desmond and Davidson, won the national championship for college football.
Wow.
So it's amazing what, we don't share enough of the accomplishments of our students. And this is just in 1 year that these two, and Sean Paterno said it, the opportunities are there, you got to grab them. You got to take them and go with them. I can remember, number one, seeing these two boys in June, late June, on the football field, practicing by themselves with a couple other people. They put in the time and energy, but the foundation came from our district. And I'll keep promoting all the great things our school district does and our students do.
Anyone else? Unfinished business still. I just want to thank Mr. Clark and the Burnett staff for having us not too long ago to recognize Mr. Riley for his courageous act. I know the mayor was there and the town, and they recognized him, but in the process, we got an opportunity to walk around and see some of the things that my colleagues in operations are talking about. We've had some brick and mortar issues at Burnett, and I just want to give a shout out to the custodians there, maintenance, who have been working incessantly to fix that auditorium to the standard that we needed. So I do want to give them a shout out. Number two, the Apex Awards. We can discuss a lot of things here, fiscal, operations, technology, but at the end of the day, it comes back to student learning and student achievement. And that was such a special night. I think we were all so cheesy to see our little youngsters with tuxedos, some of them, beautiful dresses, nervous, trying to keep eye contact and shake our hands. We were just so proud. So Dr. Rodriguez, thank you to you for putting that together, and Dr. Benacuesta. And I would be remiss, there was another beautiful event that evening, very touching to the heart, and it was in the Rotary Club's Kathy Armenio. She had an event at Lager for one of our youngsters who is dealing with cancer. It was well attended. It was a pleasure to meet the family and just see their courage and their persistence with battling this disease. So thank you to Kathy Armenio and her board for putting all that together on behalf of the student. Now on to new business. Yes, Madam Vice, Scott Hayden.
So as we sit here every month and we look at the board agenda and we see the student, the residency on the agenda, and we see that we constantly are removing students, or students are voluntarily leaving on their own. And as Ms. Benici was reading, even though it was for informational purposes only, it put me at a pause, because I'm the type of person, you should give people their flowers while they can still smell them, right? And we have a lot of great employees in this district. But I think I'm going to ask the superintendent, if not the next board meeting, but before this year ends, I think we should bring and honor our investigators, because let me tell you, when we are in the residency hearings, Ronnie can attest to it, Nancy can attest, the packet of information that you get that they have on that particular case is astonishing. It's almost like we have our own private, like they really went to school for private investigation, right? And I'm like, okay, so if we have every day and every moment that these individuals are moving and how they're moving and what kind of car they're driving and when they park and they went out the house and who went in the house, did the kid leave the house, did they get on the bus, did they not get on, it's amazing. And I think even though most people will say, oh, they did their job, let me tell you something. When you're chasing someone and somebody knows, because if they see your car, he came to my house when I first moved to Union, so I saw him. So I'm pretty sure some of these other parents see them. The times that we're living in, they are not armed, they are not, actually uniformed police officers. They are doing their job, but they're going above and beyond to make sure that these students are residents of our town and that we're not getting shortchanged on that end. So I think we should bring them forward so that the public can see who they are. Maybe not on the TV, maybe because we don't want them to see them on there. So maybe not on the televised one, but in our work session. So just that we could say thank you, even if it's on a Zoom video. But I just think it's so important that when people are going above and beyond, they're doing their jobs, that we say thank you, because they have so many other choices. They can do something else somewhere else.
Thank you so much. Anyone else? All right, we'll keep moving it along. Comments from the public. We will begin with Ms. Giuliana Muscavage. Did I say that? Okay.
I'm gonna tell her to.
Please say your name.
Good evening. My name is Juliana Miscavige. I'm in the 11th grade. I came here a few
Welcome.
months ago. Thank you. I came here a few months ago to speak about the cost of AP exams for students at the high school. For those who are unfamiliar with AP exams, they're a test typically held in May of every year that correlate with the corresponding AP courses. AP courses give students a chance to earn college credits, making them imperative to our learning. As many of you may know, students were not notified whether the cost of AP exams were covered by the district for the 2024 to 25 school year. Our classes were selected in advance for this, and our schedules were already created with no word about payments. When I came to the board meeting in October, I inquired about the cost of AP exams to students, asking the board for information, since we expected the payment portals to be posted subsequently after. Once the payment portals were posted, we had only approximately 2 weeks to pay the fees, which costed $104 per exam. Some students took multiple exams, making the cost round out to be about $500 on top of fees for SAT tests and other programs, which are not covered expenses. I am once again asking for information about AP exams for the incoming 2025 to 2026 school year. I want to ensure that students are aware of the costs, if there is any to us again this year, in order to be prepared. Students who take AP courses consistently exceed standards, have outstanding GPAs, and go above and beyond to challenge ourselves and further our education by studying college-level material. The care that we provide to students is critical, as it cultivates a learning environment where students feel that they are appreciated for their efforts and motivated to continue taking AP courses. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Juliana, right?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I read that as a V, so
It's okay.
I apologize to you. Very articulate, very impressed, and we've heard you loud and clear. I will say, I'm not sure what can be done this year, but I will encourage the education committee chairs, along with Dr. Rodriguez, to look into this. But when I hear 600 students at 104 or more per test, I have to be honest, I'm not sure what can be done, but I'm sure that they will look at different options.
Thank you
If
so
not for
much.
this year, definitely for next year.
Thank you.
Thank you, honey. Thank you for being here. Mr. Andrew Paderek.
My name is Andrew Patrick. I'm a senior here at Union High School.
Good evening and welcome.
Good evening. So I just wanted to start off by piggybacking off of what Juliana said and speaking about AP exams. This is my second year taking AP exams. Last year they covered the cost for all the students, which definitely does encourage more students to take the classes because this is free college credits that can promote further learning in the future. However, now that they're not paying for them, it is a financial struggle for some of the students. But as we can see, there is a financial struggle with this district as well with funding, so it is sort of understandable. But I also wanted to highlight some of the achievements in the district. More and more you can see that students are becoming more active in the school. At our pep rally a few days ago, you can see that the students were very happy and excited to be there. Sports are as big as they ever been. students are trying their best to make themselves stand out in the intensive college application process, which is getting harder and harder year over year. Myself, I founded my own club. I joined multiple other clubs. I took AP courses, honors courses, and worked extremely hard to make myself stand out, and I committed to Rutgers.
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you.
Rutgers, New Brunswick?
Newark, yeah.
I'm a graduate from there. What are you studying?
I'm going for political science, a pre-law track, and I do accredit some of that to Union High School as it has helped shape me throughout my 4 years. It is sad to go, but there is great things out there, and I will always look back to Union High School as part of my path to greatness. Thank you.
Oh, that's beautiful. Thank you so much. You just made my night.
And my favorite teacher, Mrs. Nunes, of course.
Ah, wonderful. Juliana and Andrew, thank you so much for representing everything that we're all about. So thank you for being here tonight. Ms. Jill Hall?
Good evening, Jill Hall, 509 Whitewood Road. I just wanted to make a couple of quick points. If any of you were at the high school for Bring Your Sons and Daughters to Work Day, I hope you had the opportunity to watch not only the amazing job that our staff did in providing activities for the kids, but it was such a eye-opening to see the behavior of the high school kids when the littles were around. And how they stepped up and they were so appropriate. Not saying that they're not, but it just, there was a kindness that was shown because the kids were around. So kind of, you know, me and my thinking, I'm like, could we do a daycare at the high school? And maybe the kids can all kind of participate in that. I don't know, something to think about. Something else that wasn't mentioned by the high school administrators, they had so many things to highlight the high school. We also have a travel program. Mrs. Bridges just returned with a group of students from Japan over Easter break. They spent 9 days over in Japan. I'm taking a group of 12 students to Greece in June.
I want to be a chaperone.
Students will have the opportunity to travel to Spain and Portugal with Mrs. Brubaker next spring. And then I'm doing a World War II tour of London, Paris, Bastogne and Belgium, and then into Berlin at June of 2026. So another opportunity that's made available for our students to kind of enhance that learning and give some experiential opportunities for them, which I think is worth highlighting. So I wanted to throw that out there. I also wanted to address something, Ms. Carbonell, you brought up bringing the high school students into the middle schools. We have a program every year, Mrs. Ahern does it, 7th and 8th grade orientation that affords the students and their parents the opportunity to kind of see it as a home game, to kind of come up and get their feet on the ground at the high school and see all the programs that are available. And one of the most valuable parts of that is a breakout session where the 7th and 8th graders have the opportunity to sit with high school students to ask those questions that they might not want to ask an adult, but they really want to hear it from the kids themselves. So we kind of have that going, and maybe we could expand it to push into the middle schools as well, but I wanted to let you guys know that that happens.
Thank you so much for sharing that with us. And I don't think you heard us. There were several of us that wanted to volunteer to be chaperones for the Greece and Spain trip.
I have a very long wait list for chaperones.
Oh, guys, I don't think. And thank you for sharing the ambassador program. But I think it has to start earlier. Just push it into 4th and 5th grade. The kids will think that they are rock stars, and it will be so cool. And just get them excited about the high school.
To my earlier point, too, it gives the high school kids a chance to take it.
There you go. Be role models. Thank you. Next, Ms. Virginia Jeffries.
Virginia Jeffries, 236 Brighton Avenue, East Orange, New Jersey. Good evening to all in attendance. There are concerns on the agenda regarding F-16, F-17, and item 17, approval of bills and OPRA request. On the agenda, 11, physical planning committee resolutions. F-16, approve establishing a maximum dollar amount limit for professional services for $4,661,000 and $461,284. A, what are the professional services that the board is legally allowed to engage in? B, is there a list of the current professional services that the board has engaged and/or contracted? C, are legal services including in the list of professional services? 2, on F-17, approve use of excess surplus fund balance, which I still was a little confused about because A, how much of a budget gap is there currently in the 2024-2025 budget, which ends June 30th? And B, is this to be a carryover to the 2025-2026 budget that begins on July 1st? 17, approval of bills. On April 2025 bills number 1, Mad Creek LLC. A, what type of professional services for public relations were performed? B, where in the 2024-2025 budget is the line item for this professional service to contract for public relations? C, what was this voted on and approved by the voters in the past year in the 2024-25 budget as required for public relations? D, was this reviewed and approved by the interim Executive Union County Superintendent for the 2024-2025 budget to contract for outside public relations services? E, there is a prohibition policy which does not allow any school district to have an outside contract for public relations. Public relations are to be conducted only through the superintendent of schools and not the Board of Education, as the board is regulated to policy matters only and not how the schools are run. The April 2025 bill number 13, the Taylor Law Group, LLC 388-207, usually this attorney bill / invoice occurs under F-attorney. B, also in the list of bills, all attorney bills invoices are generally separated to have a running account. C, why has this been done differently? B, OPA requests. I have an outstanding OPA request from March 14th of this year for the billing records and invoices for Taylor Law Group, LLC. SBA Yolanda Kuhn, custodian of records, is not
Excuse me.
for rules.
Please make your final statement. Your time has expired.
And not including holidays to fulfill an OPA request, deny an OPA request.
I'm sorry, Ms. Jeffries.
Excuse me?
Thank you. It seems like your time has expired.
I didn't see a time there. So,
Can you please just finish then the...
okay, because I didn't
Your
get a warning or anything. Can you turn it back on? Thank you.
No, we're not turning it back on. Please just finish your sentence.
I am. I'm just saying. The rules are that the custodian of records has 7 business days, not including holidays, to fulfill an OPA request, deny an OPA request, or request an extension with a defined date. Why is she doing this? These are public records, not private records. So I will be awaiting a written response to all my concerns.
So, thank you so much, Ms. Jeffries. I'm going to pass it to one of my colleagues who will be answering some of the financial fiscal questions. And I know that Ms. Kuhn, in her presentation earlier, I'm not sure if you were here, did address other items that you mentioned. In terms of the OPA request, whenever an OPA request is submitted that has personal information and information must be redacted, that takes a little time, but I'm pretty sure that our district will accommodate that OPA request and get that information to you.
The point is, there was never a time, a defined date to respond. An extension was requested, but no defined date was given to fulfill the request.
So we will follow up on that, is what I'm saying. So thank you so much. I just look forward to you coming here one evening and saying something positive about our town and our district,
say something
considering that you do not live here. But
I did say something
I
positive
just-
about your budget.
I'm just
Okay.
Mr. Cohan.
On your budget hearing, I did say something about positive about
I'm
your
going
budget.
to have to replay it
Thank
because
you.
I'm looking forward to hearing it. Thank you.
Yes, Mrs. Jeffries, in response to your question regarding Resolution F-16, we are required by the Department of Education to break out those professional services, and they are an aggregation of all of the costs within various cost centers, and they add up to that amount of $4.6 million plus dollars. It includes medical services, legal services, and other things that must be included in that resolution. Regarding F-17, there is no budget deficit in the current year. We adopted a balanced budget a year ago, and we will move through this school year. There are statutory and regulatory requirements that if the business administrator believes that we might be in arrears in any account, that there be transfers made, and if we are in any danger of being in a deficit situation, then this board would have to act. Regarding the appropriation of the fund balance, these are monies that were available as the end of the last fiscal year and held in our surplus, and we appropriated those funds to ensure that we wouldn't have to raise the tax levy any further for the citizens of this community. And we don't yet know whether there are going to be excess funds in the current operating budget. We'll know that when we receive the audit in the fall.
Thank you. The board will now go into executive session to discuss personnel and legal issues, and action will be taken. May I have a motion to move into executive session?
Second.
Oh, dear Lord. One person.
So moved.
Who was the first?
I don't know.
Chastity was.
Ms. Santana. Any discussion? This motion has been properly moved by Ms. Santana and seconded by Mr. McDowell. Can I have a roll call, please, Ms. Capiello?
Miss-
It wasn't you?
No, it wasn't.
No.
Yes, it is.
Close enough.
Mr.
Close
Cohan.
enough. I thought it was great.
Mr. Cohan?
Yes.
I second.
Mrs. Conte Mackey?
Yes.
Mrs. Faria?
Yes.
Mr. McDowell?
Yes.
Mrs. Benisi?
Yes.
Mr. Nasta?
Yes.
Mrs. Scott Heeden?
Yes.
Ms. Santana?
Yes.
Ms. Carbonell?
Yes.
Second.
You got 5 people sitting at the table.
Yeah, we have quorum.
You got 6 people sitting at the table.
I'm not taking any of the food. We're just gonna leave it. They can throw it in the garbage.
Board meeting.
MTG.
May I have a motion to move back into public regular meeting?
Second.
The motion has been properly moved by Ms. Faria, seconded by Ms. Santana. Can I have a roll call, please, Ms. Capiello?
Mr. Cohan.
Yes.
Mrs. Conte-Mackey.
Yes.
Mrs. Faria.
Yes.
Mr. McDowell.
Yes.
Mrs. Benisi.
Yes.
Mr. Nasta.
Yes.
Mrs. Scott Heeden. Ms. Santana.
Yes.
Ms. Carbonell.
Yes. Motion to adjourn?
No,
Move.
Gotta vote. Gotta vote.
We have to vote.
The students.
Sorry, I apologize.
Are you gonna say, you wanna say it?
Yeah, do you want me to read them?
I gave them to Mrs. Benisi.
So there's going to be a recommendation from the superintendent on the following students to stay, what's the right, long-term?
To continue their long-term suspension.
Continue or start their long-term suspension?
Good enough.
Continue, to start or continue their long-term suspension.
No, that's pretty.
All right, and the student ID numbers is 291068, 311079, 266593, 26641, 250542, 286048, 280579, 278202, 290275.
So moved.
Second. Thank you. This motion has been properly moved by Ms. Santana, seconded by Ms. Faria. Can I have a roll call, please, Ms. Capiello?
Mr. Cohan.
Yes.
Mrs. Conte-Mackey.
Yes.
Mrs. Faria.
Yes.
Mr. McDowell.
Yes.
Mrs. Benisi.
Yes.
Mr. Nasta.
Yes.
Mrs. Scott Heeden.
Yes.
Ms. Santana.
Yes.
Ms. Carbonell.
Yes.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
This motion has been properly moved by Mr. Cohan, seconded by Ms. Santana. Roll call, please, Ms. Capiello.
Mr. Cohan.
Yes.
Mrs. Conte-Mackey.
Yes.
Mrs. Faria. Mr. McDowell.
Yes.
Mrs. Benisi.
Yes.
Mr. Nasta.
Yes.
Mrs. Scott Heeden.
Nope.
As always.
Ms. Santana.
Yes.
Ms. Carbonell.
Yes. Thank you, everyone, and get home safe.